I know that my microphone has sound, but I don't know why the desktop audio's gone. What happened to my desktop audio? Yeah, my mic was muted, but what the heck? Why? Yeah, I am. I think, okay. I think it's because I switched out my, uh, headphones? Because I'm using actual headphones now, so that music good. Because DGS music slaps, but my earbuds are very low quality, so I'm using actual headphones. So I might have had to switch it over. It should be working now. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it should be capturing it, but it was my earbuds. I was right. Yeah. I'm getting better at music technology. Wow. Rhythm games derogatory. Also, why I have my microphone muted is literally, it would just be rapid key smashing noises. The rhythm on this one throws me off very badly. Oh no! That went very badly. I'm not in the proper mindset for rhythm games, I guess. Also, this song is so good, but actually playing it as a, like, rhythm game song is horrible. Okay, I'll do my favorite one, and then I'll start on Ace Attorney. Ah! Yo, new best. Let's go. Okay. 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 Let me out of here. Okay. Ace of Tourney time. I will change the title. And change the game. Ah. No! The Great Circus Mystery, starring Mickey and Minnie Mouse. God, no. There we go. Okay. Okay. Perfect. And then get it set up to where it's actually showing. Game capture. Oh! Yeah! Yeah! We get to see MQ's dad. Oh my god! The new emojis in the server. MILF Edward. MILF Edward. I love gay people. God. Da, 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 da. Oh, my favorite noise! It looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Oh, I have to do voices again! Now! I've brought this upon myself. Oh god, why does it look so blurry? I gotta drink water before I try and do her voice. Perfect. Now let's go. So let's find Inspector Grayson as quickly as possible. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. You! Oh, this kind of goes, though. Ooh. I like it. Oh, wait, no, we have to show him something. What's on the back of this, Iris? Tell the gentleman in black what. Okay. Inspector Grayson, do you have a moment? I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me? For me? From her ladyship. Her ladyship? Give that here at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me. Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously. But it's a lot more than that. It's, well, it's an appearance fee, that's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see, you mean... That's right. For the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me, every time. Yes, yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course. Her using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I'm sorry, Inspector. Oh, wait. I'm sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know then? Eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that it won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know?
Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector. We'd very much like to know the address of, Mr. Natsumi's lodgings.
Ah, the little knife-wielding, mustached Japanese fellow. I guess? He lives in the old hovel. It's just over there, look. Don't be mean to him, he seems nice. On the first floor of that house on the corner where that wreck of a bicycle is propped up.
That is nearby indeed.
If I remember rightly, the landlord is Mr. John Garibd. Right, well, if you see her again, make sure you give her, her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it. You tell her that Grayson sends his very best wishes.
Don't worry, Inspector, we will.
Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship.
Well, at least he told us, what we wanted to know before he left. Yes, so then shall we go see what we can find in Mr. Natsumi's lodgings? Definitely.
Ooh, I like this music.
Da, 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 da.
Whoa,
May I help you? Yes. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Gribid?
He is your dad. He's your dad. Boogie, woogie, woogie.
Indeed it would, sir. And who may I say is calling?
My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here. We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. One moment, please. I shall, convey the message to Mr. Garibid.
Do you see that, Miss Sasato? That was a real-life Englishman.
I know! As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day just keeps getting better.
Certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it?
We need only to meet a butler, and the experience will be complete.
They're collecting experiences like Pokemon cards.
Well, I'm not sure I'd go that far, but
I understand the sentiment.
Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garibid will see you now. This way.
Shaped like a moon! Bro, who are you? Alright, I gotta take off my glasses, my my headphones are smashing them into the side of my head and it hurts. Good day to you. John Garibid at your service.
Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer.
I love how she's so much more confident than Ryunosuke with talking to people. She just walks up to them and is like, here he is. Here's the boy. He's bad at talking to people. Do excuse me not getting up. Exactly.
He asked for no pickles.
God, I love their dynamic. It's great. Took a shot in the knee a few years back in the Battle of My Wand. Wouldn't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings.
So he's a retired soldier.
It's a hell of a job getting up and down the stairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine.
Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it?
I was panting at the top of the stairs.
You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruto.
Do you think so?
Well, Mr. Garibit, no doubt you were very, courageous to earn yourself a medal.
Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just... Folderoy. Really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly display it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it, Joanne, or Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Ha! Ha! Dash it all, woman, be careful! We love to see a girl boss winning.
Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir.
Humph, you jolly nearly took off the skin of my hands.
I shall be more careful, sir.
So anyway, here you have it, living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right?
Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us.
Only too pleased, naturally. Especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blighty. Why is he stirring it like that? Bro! We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you are aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were.
Oh, is it?
Even had some famous detective poking around, you know. In this old house, would you believe?
Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business.
Oh, but you have a copy of Rant's magazine here, so...
No.
Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak.
So he's in Saseki-san's room. It's a bally nuisance is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly upsetting.
About Mr. Natsume, then, Mr. Garibit. Please, do tell us.
Ah, yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week.
Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently, then.
I have 2 lodgers most of the time. One on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor room became available... Dash it all, Joan! Be careful!
Oh my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him.
That's rude.
Oh? Why?
He seemed to have the most nervous disposition, always shaking, looking over his shoulder.
The man had shady written all across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me.
He just has anxiety.
I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything.
He won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure.
Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes, oh yes, indeed there was.
And she's dying to tell us. Okay. Had you noticed anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume?
Oh my word, yes. The man was shadier than an orchid.
Or orchard. Orchard, I can read!
Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. Haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed, too.
He's just reading.
Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. But I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning.
Ah.
Could you clarify something, I wonder?
What, pray?
How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh. I'd understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house, is that correct?
That's right, yes. They're both below us, on the first floor and street level.
Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example. Even the times they go to bed.
She just really likes violence. Good grief, Joan. Be more careful, woman.
Oh my goodness, sir, I'm terribly sorry, sir.
Something doesn't add up here. It seems that the incident took place around 5 in the evening. Do you happen to look out the window, or did you happen to look out the window at around that time? The window.
Yes, we noticed that the window over here looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby?
5 o'clock is dinner time in the Gribbid household. So I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joe?
No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And when with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road.
Oh, I see.
Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then?
Such as?
Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated.
Well,
Yes? Was there something then?
well, it's nothing particularly significant, but the sort of time they're... For the love of God, Joan, watch what you're doing!
Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir.
You be more careful, woman.
Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Nero Hollow. Oh, yes? I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Oh, really? Mr. Garibid? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been.
Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really. Nothing of... Joan! Exactly! Joan, dash it all, what's the matter with you, woman?
Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened.
Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quite uneventful meal. Joan?
That's right, Mr. Garibid.
What is the matter with these two?
Sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident, but what?
I wish I knew. Do we get to Logic Circus in here? Please tell me we get to Logic Circus. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Why, certainly. Just below us on the first floor.
And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there, even as we speak.
Yes. Told me Natsu's name had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key.
Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services?
That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also took a look around in Mr. Natsume's room, I mean? Don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we?
Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more.
Let's go see Sholmes. Let's go see MQ's dad. What the heck is that?
Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely.
Yes, it certainly seems like somebody's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder?
I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek.
Ahem, ahem. Maybe let's not, Miss Sasato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Ahem, ahem. Okay. Let's go see MQ's dad. Aww. I love her little notes on things.
Even when they're a little worse for wear, English rooms are so splendidly colorful.
Aw, I carry them, Your Honor. Whoa! Kitty! Yes! Kitty! Oh, little baby, little baby. Wow. Just look at this place. And smell it! It's so musty in here. I suppose it's the mountain of old books that were responsible for that. Kitty! Sasato! Sasato, target located! I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here, too. Kitty! Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think. Yes, once upon a time. But for some reason, it's been closed up with brick and mortar. Bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? He's gonna show up. You're gonna summon him. Don't summon the Sholmes. Don't summon him. No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Gribbid told us, a great detective should be somewhere investigating. Around here somewhere investigating. It's gonna pan over. Kitty! Kitty, 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 kitty. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Oh! Oh, little baby! Oh my, what an adorable little cat! Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away. I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolor Maike, wasn't it? Did they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. Little creature! That's made me feel homesick now. Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days. Your baby, little baby, little baby cat, little baby cat. Where's the Sholmes? Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reached the ceiling. They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty. With this volume of books to hand, you'll never be short of reading material, would you? No, what a dreamy idea. A bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. Said like a true English major. God. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's in the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again. Ah, so reading it is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us. I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. Where's the Sholmes? Where is he? The desk seems to be wedged into a crevice between the mountain of books on either side. I suppose Mr. Natsume will sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by these two towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Oh yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, and the date of purchase. 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled with the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. Okay. Ah, there he is! Sholmes located! I'm looking away from you now. Oh, he's got a little statue.
Oh, look, it's a beckoning cat from home.
It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that, Maneki Neko all the way from Japan with him.
I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous, drama doll that you brought in your luggage?
Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm.
Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him.
It's not doing a very good job so far, is it?
You mustn't say such things.
I didn't say a word! Why are my eyes such a giveaway? Ooh, what's that? That appears to be some sort of meter on the wall here. Looks very robust. I wonder what it's for. There's a slot for inserting coins here, too.
Ah, I believe it's a gas meter, Mr. Naruhodo.
Gas meter?
Yes, it seems that there is piped gas in this district, which customers pay for by putting coins in the meter.
So if we were to put a coin in the slot...
that would be enough gas to use the lights and the gas fire for one whole night. For the whole night.
So if you're too poor to have a coin, you'd have to spend the night in the dark and freezing cold?
That's right.
As would a rich man who only carried crisp white notes. London is a scary place. Yeah, it is. Look at all these balls of paper on the floor. There are notes scrawled all over them in English. Looks like the waste paper basket is so full, they've just fallen out.
I think Mr. Natsume must have been deeply immersed in his research, don't you?
Or deeply averse to tidying up his mess.
I wouldn't like to speculate which is closer to the truth.
Okay, let's look at MQ's dad. There he is.
Ah! Look, Mr. Naruhodo!
There he is. Aha! There he is! Ah! Same brain! Where did he appear from? He was lodged in the books, bro!
He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. Hope he doesn't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes.
Da, 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 da. Ah, you two! Good day! Now, let me see.
Where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Burya.
Yes, of course, the Burya. And let me see. What happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Asagi. He died tragically, but you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asagi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it?
Oh.
Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least.
What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. This is Mr...
Oh no!
Oh no, my dear madam, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection.
Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruto and Mr. Sasato. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. In truth, I'd hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Saseki-san in that short an amount of time? I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. A little. It is a mistake to think that one's brain addict has elastic walls that can be distended to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from the adventure titled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased, and this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. I want to see the cat again. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Saseki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe he was looking Sasato-san squarely in the eyes while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I'm not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you were under some sort of misapprehension. Oh, how? I assure you, I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of the man seen fleeing the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties. Hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books. Found myself quite lost in bibliography. Bibliophily. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no.
Oh dear.
Ah, tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garibet, a retired military man.
It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the Great British Institution. That is, the services.
And it was the first time I've ever met a maid from the Great British Institution, that is, service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid.
Yes, I've read as much in my Great Britain Premier.
Premier. And so conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of the those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. The upper echelons of society, of course. Households employ enough staff to constitute a large family.
Goodness, how extraordinary.
As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower class, being able to afford just one maid is the first importance. I had no idea. And that is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garibet. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am as yet unable to ascertain. I am thoroughly lost in what he means to say. The dingy room. God. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I got distracted. Ah! This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, a man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Sholmes! Mr. Natsume stopped no one! Ah, but sooner or later, as I said! I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax? What is that? Surely not a tax on windows? Precisely that. Oh my goodness! Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home perhaps, rapidly closed windows up, while the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere, in an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So, some 40 years ago, or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see. In squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging, and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodations. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here. A matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Narhode. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I really like his eyes. I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended somebody in the court here only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized. And so promptly, too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust their innocence? Yes. Trust. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Oh, but I thought that's why you're here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes. That was indeed my first initial intention. Nerd! Nerd! But there were simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Wow. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two factors that I can state quite unequivocally. Wow. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and it is good music. There are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us! I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it was of relevance to this case, but I'm quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Garibit is... Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigation have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garibid's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove of any relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Love his dumb little motions. There he goes. He vanished into the... Oh, ha! A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Wait, is he actually back over there? Oh my gosh, he is. I love this game. Okay. He do be sitting. It is a very good sit. I love how he shows up every time just doing a funny little pose. Ah, you pair again. I don't like him stirring his cup like that. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there?
Mr. Herlock Sholmes?
Ah, yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. She's gonna burn you again, bro! For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're valley well doing?
I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir.
Ah, yes, of course. Right, frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind.
Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance.
Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garibbit is hiding something. And since no other avenue of an investigation seems open to us at this moment, perhaps we should do some digging. Ah! There he is! Sholmes' butt located. Why is he over there? Why? Sholmes' ass located. Hi. What is he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes? Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows. God gracious, when did you sneak in here? Mr. Sholmes, Herlock Sholmes, sir, at your service. Whatever were you doing over by the window? I am given to watching the evening skies, the sunsets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. My god, he's horrible, I love him. Also, he's wearing the bisexual energy on this man. He's wearing stinging fingerless gloves. I just now noticed his fruity little gloves. Well. Keeping an eye to the one's window at dusk is a prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. They really are. Gay little fingerless gloves. Ah, and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Oh. I got mail, let's go. I hate opening letters. Ah. Huh. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he... I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Yo, epic. I got my no social security card. Nice. I'll put that over there. Wait, okay, we already... Do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. Logic circus, logic circus. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. I think so. There is just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Oh my god. They're gonna do their little dance. Mr. Garibbit. Though it would seem you are a military man of considerable distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is certainly not what we might call first-rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions that I've been able to draw by carefully observing your living arrangements. I beg your pardon.
The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. Huh? Eh! And the second... What? Is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken out into a cold sweat. Unbelievable. It seems Shulman's conclusions are full spot on. How could you possibly? How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire. The answer shouldn't be simpler, sir. It couldn't be simpler. Oh my god. Oh my god. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. Ah! And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. God. He's so dramatic. So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. I like the music curious segment. Huh. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Is it Kitty? Did Kitty do that? Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Aye. Your furtive glance, Mr. Gribbid, leads us directly to the answer. A lion? The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. Yes. Though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact. Hi, welcome. Welcome, Crow. We're doing Logic Circus. We're having a great time. That you had a living, breathing specimen shipped here from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Why is there a hand mark on the side of his face? Yes, living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are very much in evidence. How would they keep a lion in here, Herlock? He is fruity! You think I wouldn't give him a fruity voice? Look at him! Well... Yet, as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. You're gonna be haunted by it, because I'm gonna be voicing him a lot during this. Oh, he's got a little flower on his hat. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to, madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me that with one glance in your direction, it is... Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Ah. Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garibbit. At Batty's Circus. Batty's Circus. A traveling show currently... sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. Sholmes goes to the circus. Oh, they were right. He does have a flower in the gear. Oh, that's really cute. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. Fun day out with his daughter, yeah. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. I can't wait to do the little dance. God, I love this game. Now, Mr. Garibbit. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed. In that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man, I simply... But what? We must now ask ourselves is the true cause of this pain. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Huh? Every envelope contains another demand for payment. Ah. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. I love his dumb little goggles. Indeed, feeding a beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so, you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can clearly be seen by observing the carpet over there. What is behind there? A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Hi, Remy. You're supposed to be asleep! Rah! Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? Ah. This time, madam, I'm afraid it's you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Oh, sleep with— No, Remy, no! Your wandering eyes settled upon the very answer very neatly indeed. I hate that doing his voice
I don't care if Lucas sleeps, I just loathe the loss of opportunity to gain back channel points. I'm terrified. I really don't know what to do for rewards. I might make a custom little icon for the channel points, but I don't know what to make it. But oh god. I hate that whenever I do Sholm's voice, I do like little finger waggles, and I do dumb little exaggerated motions that cannot be picked up by my model. Because I just flail my hands around and do dumb little poses. Dragon that hoards channel points. God. As you should. Kitty! Why do you send that emoji, Esther? I honestly might be a Sholmes Kinney. I hate this here. I hate it. God. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need to only look at the Tower of Cakes. I'm doing it again! I need to stop. I gotta hold my hand still. Ah! There's no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Sholmes? Leave me alone! Leave me alone, Remy. Mean. Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Oh my... I did a little finger point and then a wink. I hate this. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. No, I can't. I can't embrace it. This is horrible. I hate this. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Da, 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 da. I pointed to Yester. Haha, gay! Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet! Are you sure about that, Joel? It ate the carpet? Putty! What? Oh my god. I love this game. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Something about doing his voice makes me wink. I don't know. Carpet gnawed on by the starving lion. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Ah. Every day, she hurts this man. What is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding tea all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gribbid. I'm afraid I didn't notice. The hat flick is extremely fruity. My deductions can be, startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Oh my god. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times, too. It's such a good animation. Oh. They're family, Your Honor. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation?
Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it again?
Well, your deductions just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room this size?
Indeed. It is the only explanation for the facts.
The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realm of common sense. I mimicked his little finger point. I hate this game. I hate the animations in this game. I'm mad. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? Let him have his dreams, Ryunosuke!
But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room...
Also, Cal is drawing the murder mystery characters, and I realized I gave Cobalt the same build as Gumshoe. He is built like a brick. He's built like a brick. But a brick with really bad posture. I simply care Cobalt a normal amount.
Surely Mr. Gribbet and his maid would have been hurt, or worse.
Ah, that's where you are stuck.
No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon.
Sholmes? Sholmes? I'm going to ream you like a moist towel. I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus.
And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I ever heard of a lion that drinks tea.
Ah, my dear Mrs. Sato. It occurs to me with some regularity that, irrespective of race and breeding, whenever one lands on Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Oh my god.
Oh, what a glorious notion! Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's our turn to shine again.
I had a feeling that was coming.
A slight massage. That's all, Mr.
What? The deduction needs a massage?
That's all Mr. Sholmes' deduction needs. You can do it! Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo.
We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. You're normal. Why are you normal? Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile. Whatever the motivation. At least that's what I want to believe. I do think that Herlock learned how to say no doubt, and Britain never knew peace again. Yeah. Don't worry about it, Cal. I'm scared about that. There was a joke about drinking tea because they're British. Oh. Remy, are you an avid tea drinker? In that case, I would be honorary British, because I drink tea way too much. British people were invented for TGS. Let us start again from the beginning. Of Herlock Sholmes, logic and reasoning spectacular. He's so dumb. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Okay, we've already seen this. We can just skip to where we need to course correct things. What form might the beast take? Looks up there. Eyes are uncommonly canted. I really love when it does the black and white thing. It makes me really happy. I really didn't see the lion thing coming.
No, but if you observe Mr. Garibid's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room.
Yes, something with a very fierce nature. But it couldn't have... Oh,
but it couldn't have been a lion transported from India.
So, what was it then?
We must follow Mr. Garibid's gaze. That is what will lead us to the true answer.
Oh! There's something behind it. What's this photograph?
It appears to be from Mr. Garibid's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he?
He does, but you can't make out his bride.
Oh no, how unfortunate. Something must have been, must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face.
I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. Okay. What is he looking at over here, then? That's like the only thing over here other than the statue. And a mortar shell. These are shells for the cannon, aren't they? It was the cannon!
I imagine they have some significance to Mr. Garibid from his time in the army. Of course, he mentioned a battle to us before, didn't he? Do you remember? He said he must have been shot in the knee. Perhaps it was one of these that hit him.
A round of that size that hit his knee? There'd be nothing left of it. Or Mr. Garibid, for that matter. Mr. Sholmes has a Persian slipper, and this man has spent shells. Perhaps it's customary in Britain to display, well, rubbish on the mantelpiece? That's... Remy? 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 The only thing I can think of is this. Hi!
Take that!
Photograph frame! No! Ah! This is the first time I've messed it up! Behind the lion statue on the mantelpiece, almost deliberately hidden from view, is a photograph. Though I have yet to examine it in detail, I can assure you that it holds the answer. Because I'm employing an extremely advanced deduction technique called jumping to conclusions, you see. Ah! What precisely was your intention with that, Mr. Naruhodo? Just following the natural progression of the deduction. Sometimes the truth hurts. Well, the truth is... Well, the truth is, you do not have a turn for observation and deduction. Did that hurt? Yes, a lot. I love this game. Okay, I'm gonna save here. Sholmes usually pull votes to conclude. Yeah, but he gets to do it because he's special like that. We don't get to do that. We aren't noted in books worldwide. He gets to do a gay little jump to conclusions. Okay, there was a beast in here. Direction that gives a Well, this is the lion statue that Mr. Sholmes picked out.
Yes, I wonder. Perhaps if you did live with a lion, it would prove to be a rather sweet companion.
I think that's like a mouse trying to tell its family that the cat around the house is sweet.
I suppose it is a bit of flight of fancy, isn't it?
Anyway, the beast we're looking for is something else. Let's have a good look around. I'm gonna look at... Oh, I'm gonna look at this again. Okay. Is there anything we can...
The glass is broken, so you can't see the bride's face at all.
No amount of... Oh my gosh, but no amount of cracks could hide the woman's plump form.
I think powerful would be kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, she certainly looks that, but there's a lot of horsepower. There's a lot of horsepower there. Not somebody you'd want to upset, that's for sure.
Oh look, have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it?
Yes, that's an unusual design.
It looks like some sort of embellished sunflower.
This must have been when Mr. Garibid was still in the army. He seems to be carrying a rather stout bride effortlessly, and beaming a smile at the same time. He's deductive reasoning special little boy. Only Sholmes gets rights, I guess.
I suppose he was very strong in his younger years.
Hard to imagine. Oh, I didn't see the last part of that, but... There really isn't much to work off of. Maybe the wife? Gay rights, but not from Ryu. Everyone else gets gay rights. Cal doesn't have a sexist bone in his body? What does that mean? Anyone's capable of causing destruction. What? Why are you saying that? I don't know why that... I respect women! What can I say? Anyone can be a beast if you try hard enough. Rights for everyone. Okay, let's... What? Okay. I love his dumb little smirk. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation would possibly fit. Says the one who thought it was a lion. Yes, this frame print picture, your wife. Oh, pictures your wife, Mr. Gribbet. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Your wife is ripped, sir. Oh, Indeed, surely a woman of such power constitutes, powerful constitution should be honored and described as would be honored to be described as a beast. No, they wouldn't. Sholmes. Honored might be stretching a point. Exactly, Ryunosuke. Exactly. I made the exact same face, bro. Too late. The fact remains that the beast, which so clearly savaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Gribbon. Rah! The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well... Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to, madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me that at one glance in your direction... It is? Okay, we already... I really love the dramatics. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of Mr. Gribbet anywhere, or Mrs. Gribbet anywhere. But it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Gribbet's wife could be. Spen! Wife located! She's wearing a very large ring, look. Oh yes, a sunflower design, with some rather nice embellishments. And it's on the ring finger of her left hand, which means it's surely a wedding ring. It looks like it's on there for life, too. I can't imagine it would slide off her finger, or slide off a finger of that size. Rude. That's something to think, Mr. Naruhodo, not to say. Exactly. We respect women in this house. Versus the times I've been called a misogynist by Reese. God. Do you know Mr. Gribbet's wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one? There's a very large sunflower design as well. Really? You have a great memory for these things. A large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence that they have the same ring, isn't it? What's in her pocket? What are these? I don't think that's... I think that's... Remy, I'm terrified of that. Actually, you aren't wrong, though.
Take that!
Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Ah! I love his dumb little poses! Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives it away. Or gives you away. Why did I mimic the hand motion? I'm so mad. So mad. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Gribbid's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You are Mr. Gribbid's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Gribbid herself. Oh my word! Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmised, this is the wife. Yes, my Joan. That's what you get for being rude to your wife, bro. It would appear that you don't live in the, most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. I'm terrified of where this is going now. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? That's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant in the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. The sheer amount of pipes on screen. Household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. You mean Mr. Gribbid has a wife? Has his wife work as his maid? Precisely, am I right, Mr. Gribbid? Only in company, obviously. But listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please. The raging wife of Mr. Gribbid. Now, Mr. Gribbid. Okay, we've already seen this part. Oh! Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Gribbid's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Mr. Gribbid is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Gribbid's pain is tangible, though. What could that pose of his really signify? Slap. He got slapped. He got slapped in the face.
Take that!
I still love his dumb little smirk. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain that you feel you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade was you, Madame Joan Garibit.
Well, yes.
You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Ah! How the blazes? How did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. The dark side of the moon. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves, what caused Madame Garibid to fly into a rage? And we need only to follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is the pile of bills that's given...
Didn't Mr. Shum say that the bills were all for lion fodder?
Yes, but now that we've established that the lion never existed, which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garibid's wife.
Mr. Naruhodo, she's a person, not a thing!
Yes, well... Ryunosuke! That's fair, but also you don't need to dehumanize her, bud. She is also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact.
Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder?
I'd love to know the answer to that question. Okay.
Looking at all these bills, it certainly amounts to a great deal of food.
Meat and potatoes by the cartload, wasn't it? Well, looking at the two of them... I'm going to pummel you into dust, Ryunosuke! My god!
Well, at least we're no longer talking about an actual lion anymore.
Ooh, what's this? What? Hey, what's this, buddy? It's less misogynistic and more fatphobic.
Ah, someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark, look here. Mr. Garibid is clearly an avid reader.
Oh, wait a minute. Why is there a lipstick kiss? I don't think this is a bookmark.
Oh, no, so it isn't. It's a note, written by a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary.
And look next to the signature there. Or here.
Lip marks, made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture.
Don't get any ideas, Susato-san.
Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then.
Spin. Spin. I'm gonna say it's that, because that would be a slappable offense.
Take that!
Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly of the the fly in the ointment here. Yeah. But I don't know the Bali woman. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? A likely story. Now listen here, Joan, you old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at that second-hand place, and the note must have already been in there. So the previous owner of that book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right, that's what I've been saying! Ah!
A likely story.
For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name! It's written to James. My name, in case you've forgotten, is Ah!
A likely story.
Are you questioning my name now? And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with a most ferocious bite. Sholmes, buddy. These dudes are giving me a headache. Ugh. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? It just looks like a candle fell there. Wah! The aftermath of which can clearly be seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet. Okay, we already... But surely Mr. Garibit didn't eat the... Mrs. Garibit didn't eat the carpet? No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray in this room is a result of her wild temper.
No, that's true. So, this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix.
People can eat a carpet if they try hard enough.
We need only to follow Mrs. Garibit's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer.
Alright, let's see what we can see.
Yes.
It's the candle. The carpet here has been ripped to shreds.
Yes, and according to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, the tears match those made by an Indian lion's teeth exactly.
Oh, look here.
What is it?
If you look closely at the edge, you can see scorch marks. girl boss behavior.
Oh, yes, you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in the normal sense at all.
Let's rethink this with that in mind.
It looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it?
The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. It looks to me that even the slightest knock would make it topple over.
Oh dear, that would be dangerous.
Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing.
Yes, I didn't notice that before.
Why is that, I wonder? Why is one candle of the 3 missing from its holder? The candle's over here. The... I'm gonna present this.
Take that!
Yes! Haha! Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only to look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow. And of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of the ferocious attack, in which the carpet was devoured, are clearly visible. Indeed they are. Oh, indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly, give the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation, as one would say. Miss Garibid's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused the candle to fall from its holder. How did she cause that much? What? Woman so strong that the force from her slapping her husband on the cheek sent a force wave over across the room. And in seconds, the carpet was alight and the whole corner of the room in flames. Yes, For the most ferocious beast in this world is neither the violent lion nor the vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So, you see, there is but only one conclusion here. Oh my god, I hate them. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Mr. Shome, sir, I salute you! And there he goes. Girl boss behavior. Let's go, gamers. I love their fruity little dance. Oh yeah, I forgot that I was gonna try and learn how to do a Ben Shapiro impression specifically to mess with Crow and MQ. Because of the whole Sholmes thing. God, I need to do that still. It's these dashed long winter nights, you know. Nothing but to read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. Yes! Cal, mean and cruel. Why does- oh my god. I'm gonna hate drawing this man, because I still am drawing him. What is up with his collar? Why is it designed like that? Because there's like a belt buckle-esque thing that goes around. And then these little things that keep it up there, but they don't really serve any purpose because it's already bolted into the fabric. I need to show my sister these outfits. She will hate them. My sister did a theater degree with emphasis in costume design. She would lose her mind looking at this. 'Cause, like, okay. There are so many things about this that are... Oh... I don't think she would hate that. That's actually kind of fun. But this outfit is something. 'Cause, like, some of these things make sense to have. Other things don't. Like, why does his jacket have a belt loop? It has belt loops. Whose jacket has belt loops? And he has belts around his arm cuffs. Why do you need that? Wild. I've not seen any like that. He does have a belt through the belt loop, but also he has a belt loop on his arm. I can't let this man have fun. His outfit confuses me. It confuses and scares me. Especially the arm loops. That just seems like it'd be annoying. Because it'd be pressure on your arm. Why would you want that, bro? It's to make him look fruity. I can't argue with that. But still. You're literally looking at... Why are you looking at 1800s clothing right now, bro? Pressure good, but not on arms. I don't like having pressure on my arms. Especially, like, my wrist area, because Oh, Cowboys. Are you drawing a lineup of the boys? The Coward Boys? Heck yeah. We're gonna have so many lineups of the characters, because we already have MQs. And then Jules is doing one, and now you're doing one. I am not that dedicated to drawing the Cowboys. Because some of them, I just straight up don't know what they look like. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material. For which your wife, admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be, rather closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly apt to describe. Here we go again. And the carpet. What? Was that destroyed by fire when the candle fell on the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in a blink of the eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You paint a torrid picture, sir. one that would have been most entertaining. Sholmes? Buddy? Had sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being.
Over there, over here, Mr. Gribbit.
Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me. He creeps over there. Had all my favorite novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Gosh. Then the wife started hurling things at me.
What a terrible sight it must have been.
There was I, backed up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incinerary books coming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride.
The Lion's Pride.
Oh yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again. I assure you, the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage.
Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again.
It can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere, and the old stick full of fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was it? Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now, let's see, around 5 o'clock, I think.
So, at exactly the same time as the terrifying incident unfolding outside your window on the street below.
Even more terrifying on the outside, I assure you. The whole blithy could have, been flattened outside my window at that moment. And I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing.
Oh, really?
Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. What can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Karibid's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I just knew you were going to say that. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will be soon be over. Oh no. Is it that time already?
If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to.
So that's it. No more time to think.
Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now? I must prepare supper for Mr. Gribbett.
Oh, yes. I'm so sorry.
Thank you both very much for your time.
Sasaki-san will be waiting for us. And I'm going to have to give him an answer. I want to see Kitty. Is Kitty there? No. I want to see him. Prison. Huh? Are we outside?
It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison.
Yes, I know. Let's hail the care. Oh.
What's the matter?
It looks like something's going on over there in front of the Gribbet's house. Who are you?
What? Huh?
Just looking at him gives me a headache. Okay.
I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers.
Isn't it like... It's something Sphere. I know his name. It's something wild. Who are you calling an old man, you rum-looking... Ninmi... Pimby... Pimmy... I don't know what that is.
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt in your philosophy.
Who's this Horatio fellow, eh? What are you on about? He's just a New Yorker now.
Excuse me.
Eh, what the... Who are you now?
I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see.
He looks fruity. He looks fruity, and that's why he sounds fruity. Eh, a lawyer? What?
If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I studied English law.
Hey, I'm walking here. Everyone in this game is a fruit. Tisk. Fine, I'll be on my way for now. But you mark my words. This ain't over yet. What was that little pose? Oh my god!
Get thee to a nunnery!
Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you? I love his dumb little face. He looks horrible.
I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you.
It's been a long argument. No, I haven't. I've been in many a literature class, and I've had to read a lot of Shakespeare, but we haven't had a debate about that. What was that all about?
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt in your philosophy.
I'm not Horatio either. Oh. I feel like I'm going to have a very long argument in podcast class. Yeah.
Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here in the Gribbid residence?
I think that interpretation is really funny. Be gone! Be gone! Yes! Kill! Maim! Be gone, bot! Okay, back to this fruit.
Oh, fair Eastern maiden!
Oh, no! History. I have the power of history button.
Thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode.
Mr. Gribbid mentioned he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. I love that that's just his pose. Did you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor?
Ah, yes, the gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a polemist of my battle of words ne'er would there be.
Ne'er would there be. Sorry, battle did you say?
I battled him at Fortnite! Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I spared long into the night.
I see.
I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden! So, good gentleman! I can tarry here no longer! Fare thee well!
I had to mimic the stupid little arm gesture. It makes me lose my mind. Trash him. Kill. Maim. I love nerd debates. They make me happy. The smoke is animated. Yes. Not knowing basic English, I trashed them all from my brain. I used to be smart about English because my grandma was an English teacher, and she literally, anytime that I made a grammatical mistake or said something that I shouldn't have grammatically, she would always correct me. And, he's still pronouncing Natsume? Eh? I do. Thank you. Well, also, like, I had multiple, like, very harsh English teachers, and I knew the rules of English very well for a point in my life. But once I didn't have them as teachers anymore, I just went, you know what? I'm wiping it all from my brain now. Natsume? Nasume. At least the English ones, there's usually several pronunciations that make sense. Yeah, it's just sometimes when I am saying words, my brain just goes, no, heart. But also, like, my grandma, every time I said like when I was younger, she'd be like, don't use filler words, you don't get to go or like or anything like that. And now I'm just like, no, I can do whatever I want. And also, I'm trying to remember other examples. Saying ain't. Because it shows you're of lower class. Nah. My grandma was very elitist for somebody who grew up in the middle of nowhere on a farm. I simply have my qualms. Also saying doing good. I still, every time I say anything like that, there's a voice in the back of my head that beats me up. Cries.
I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room.
It seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. With Saseki-san and that man as lodgers, the Garibid house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go find a carriage.
Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return.
Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. There he is! I like his animations.
Oh, it's you. You're here, you came. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I cannot believe you came back. I'm so touched. We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, no, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never failing, Nipponese.
Oh, now let's not get carried away. Who are you? Oh, I quite agree. There's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand... Oh, it's you, Sholmes!
It's though friendship transcends international borders that one truly appreciates the fact.
It is through friendships, okay.
Such is my belief, at least. Oh, it's you. The miserable rotten spy, Herlock Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here?
I have no intention of doing anything per se. Save it's surfing, of course.
Wait! Yester's dad versus, MQ's dad. Fight!
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room,
And having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric bear...
What do you mean versus your dad? Huh? Me? Versus me? Why am I fighting them? Why am I fighting these two fictional men? I feel like... No, I feel like they would team up on me. They attack, kill.
I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring.
Gloomful room.
At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, this is the superior option.
Urlach may be tall and proficient in boxing, but Cal is feral and nothing is beneath him. What do you mean by that? You can beat both of them? Wow! I feel like the fact that they live in the past would have... They've probably survived things worse than I have. They could beat me up, man. Of course Yester is calling me short. I am short. I'm only 5'4", man. Farm skill? Using my skills in pruning trees to destroy this twunk.
Anyway, I must commend you on your commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight, and it cost me not a penny.
Only... Man that writes Yester. Now you made a Floridian slip! Ha ha! Join me in my mistake corner. Ha 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 ha! You're only a bit shorter than me, though, so like, you just need. I said Freudian. I didn't pronounce the R enough. Floydian slip. God, put that into sticking West Dakota. Perfect. Ah, you! How dare you, Herlock Sholmes! Freud isn't real, only Floyd now. Floyd is the new Freud. Except way better than Freud. Ugh. I had it, I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Oh, Floyd definitely would. Floyd could and would. I think if Freud resurrected all of the West Dakota crew and anyone else in our friend circle would all get into a vehicle and go kill Freud. Me waking up every morning, haunted by spirits of those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is bedamned. Sasato turning towards me.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he?
Going to Great Britain was a mistake. You had no choice in the matter, Remy.
That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. But cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say. For the man's lodgings, and indeed,
for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? And yet I am bullied every day for being British. As you should be. Hey, the Americans get bullied too, man. None of us are safe. It's just bullying. Let's talk with this dude. I attack the sun. Kill. Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed. Oh no. Why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean this trial really is cursed somehow? Shalms, don't say anything. I'm gonna get duct tape. Are you referring to the prosecutor? The Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please, tell me. Surmise it's succinctly in 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Oh my goodness! Can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly.
Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances.
Mr. McGill did. What? Ah, I'm impressed, Mr. Sato. You have an eye for detail.
Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us.
Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have accused the convicted, Lord Van Zieks killed the man himself?
Oh, no, he couldn't have, surely.
You have some wonderful notions. Sorry. The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow.
Oh, yes. Why, of course he is.
Of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? Van Zieks is quite an exceptional man. However, in the London courts of law, that's a fruity thing to say, Mr. Sholmes. Exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. That's good. Saki-san looks like he's gonna cry tears of joy. He's just an emotional dude. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both judge and jury. Yeah, you're not wrong. I love looking at 3D models and just looking at where they clip. It makes me happy. Oh god. Terrified of 2-5. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system, whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion is
in particular, is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals, the corrupt lawyers for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal. Contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. By such underhanded means, those who would want are able to sway the jury. Which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, I've read that right. Evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means that the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, this from time to time, my dear madam, is simply the reality of the situation. And that's alright. Oh, and that's alright. However, those indicated by Lord Van Zeeks cannot escape justice. Indicted. I cannot read. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. Although the adjudicant may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom. Indicted. Within months, they all disappear. It's most striking. Disappear? But how? Ah, by all matters of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall under the Thames and drowned. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever. Or perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh, no. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. I'm a dead dodo, done for, doomed. When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garibid's house, I assume. Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain. But I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long, then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. The music that plays behind him is very nice. I love xylophone-esque music. They were always staring at me, all the time from dawn to dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. Fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Briar Road, a week ago now. Oh! I think I was there. I think I was there when that happened. There was some point where you two were trying to... Yeah. It's a good song. Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. Rent is cheap. I have so little money. It appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops.
He quickly tried to cover his mistake, and then it was too late, so I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it, but if not, don't mention it in the first place." It is. Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean the room really is cursed, then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I wake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. Are you sure it's not the gas in your room? And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. Ah! I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really no one at all? To believe? Yes, to believe. This game series. Gosh. Mr. Sholmes. Ah, me? Mr. Naruhodo. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Buria, if you recall. The Buria. Ah, that case, the one with the snake. Well, yes. At that time, I was a suspect, and you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is why. Why did you believe me? For laughs and giggles, Mr. Naruhodo. I see, yes, you mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room. Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you are telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? What is he? Oh, he has his little satchel. Okay, I was wondering... Wait, what? Why does his little satchel go under the thing on his coat? Why doesn't it go over the coat? Why'd he put his little satchel under the coat? How does that help you, Sholmes? Maybe it makes it easier for people to not steal his bag? But even then, like, they could just, like... I don't know... grab stuff from the bag? I don't know, man. The design choices. Oh, wait, did I not read that? Whoops. Yep. I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I am concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error in judgment. Of judgment. Nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Whether or not I can believe myself. Ah! Ah! You! A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. A kiss of him. You were right, Cosima. You were so right. You were so right, bestie! So true, bestie. You were so right, Cosima. So true, best boy. Boy best friend. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? You miss him every day. Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant nearby that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Do they have trout in England? God, I want trout. I haven't had that type of fish in forever. I should go fishing with my dad again. Oh dear, there is never enough time, is there? He's gonna cry. No, I want to give him a hug. Mr. Natsume? If you'd like in the trial tomorrow... Well, I mean specifically trout. Like, that's a very specific type of fish. And they aren't, I'm pretty sure they aren't a saltwater fish, they're a freshwater fish. Like, they're usually found in lakes and rivers. I'd be happy to represent you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial. What to believe in, the defendant, justice, or the truth. How to believe, even. But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else. To trust my instincts. Man's getting some self-confidence. Let's go. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end. With every weapon available to me. This sword! So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. Ah! You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Miss Sasato? Yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely! As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. I care them, Your Honor. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me. Mr. Shuln believes in me now, too. So it's time. Time that I learned to be, believe in myself. Learn to be myself! Saseki-san has no one. He's all alone. So it's my job to help him. To fight his corner. Tomorrow, in that courtroom. Or in the courtroom. With all the strength I can muster. To be continued. I have no idea how long the trial periods are for this game. Because all of them vary wildly. And also the sheer amount of witnesses. I think I'll do the first trial and then call it for the day. Ow, my rib cage! Well, I never expected this. Who would have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We are on a study tour of Great Britain, with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In that case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! I don't know who this is. Oh, it's him. Hello. Ah, Mr. Natsume. Good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. Oh, they are? It's even made them a little red. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I don't really want to catch a worm. Really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early. But I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to travel. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes?
I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of an opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know where that might be, Mrs. Sato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea.
Might be because the Reaper of the Bailey is there. So that all-knowing look on your face is just a coincidence then, is it?
Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Lord Van Zeeks. Is that right, Mrs. Sato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one.
I knew it.
Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact. Until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Grayson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. Oh, what a harrowing experience that was. Okay. I get distracted very easily. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon, for what appears to be such a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. Mundane! Mundane! It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us.
Yeah, you, because you're on trial.
Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that's just how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the case, with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you.
Me? Well, I suppose that's true.
Both times, it's you who stands against this legendary prosecutor.
It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers.
I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck.
Thanks for that.
Oh, it's just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive.
Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student new to London with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight in your corner I will fight your corner until the bitter end. And I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be by your side.
Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikatova Esquire. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this kindness. Oh! Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once.
Alright then. Mr. Natsume, it's time.
Let's go.
Yes!
This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. He's back! I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Gay people. I'm gay people, he's gay people, we're all gay people. Just like you believed in me. Just like you believed in me. Just like you believed in me, okay. I believe that I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Kazuma Ghost. Kazuma Ghost haunting him. Every day of his life. Yo! In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. I need to make him more fruity. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese is a truly fascinating breed. Get out of here, racist! Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance.
Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description.
Sasada-san.
After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent.
Are you gonna break your glass? Are you gonna break your glass? Huh? Huh? Are you just gonna hold it? Okay. Bleh. I hate you. Very true. And a most fascinating if dark trial it was, too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted, and his unfortunate violent end. Kill, bite, maim! Thank you, counsels. I will see both sides are in fine fettle. I love that the judge was like, yeah, they can duke it out. I don't care. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? He's not gonna be impartial. I know you. I know you. You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe fair play for everyone. Lady, hello!
I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear.
This is just some guy.
Oh, well, not me. What you see is what I get. Or what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow.
Oh, hey! It's you!
I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed.
Oh yeah, we were dreading you being a witness, and now you're on the jury. She wouldn't be an impartial juror.
Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway.
Sorry. Didn't quite catch that. I love that there's just one old person. Every time. They gotta get an old person in there. Oh, let us proceed. Oh. There's something in my eyeball. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zeeks.
Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with the rising powers in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Saseki Natsume.
I hate that he makes me do little hand motions. I don't like you.
No! And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act.
Of course you would do that, you fruit!
Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street.
He still just has a mullet. Oh my god, of course you would say that. You're not an impartial juror either! None of you are!
A knife crime! I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Just look at that shallow complexion and short stature.
Oh, you're racist!
He's one of those dreadful Japanese.
I'm gonna punch you into the sun! Ah!
Come on, let's get this over with.
With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. You're all racist!
Sorry, didn't quite catch that.
Don't take your fruity little hand motion at me and...
Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollowed chalice here in this great chamber. You've done it before. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand.
Very well. I feel like there's too many British people in this game, because it takes place in Britain.
Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please.
Hi, Grayson.
Your name and occupation, please.
Yes, sir. Tobias Grayson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard.
Would you please surmise the events of the case for the court, Inspector?
The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green.
I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be.
Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since.
I can smell watermelon from the other room. Exactly, the Chad Grayson versus the Virgin Grayson versus the Chad Hosonaga. Bring him back. Bring him back. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure?
Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger.
And then she dies.
Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate the details, Inspector.
Sir, if I could ask everyone in this to look at the street map.
I like this song. I'm looking at memes my sister sent me. Maybe the greatest book dedication I've ever seen, From the Field Guide to the Northern American Teenager by Ben Felipe. This alone makes me want to read the book. To my mother, Belzy. I would have made a terrible doctor, Mom. People would have died. Yeah. Who called me? Begone notifications. Okay. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. What happened on the pavement, running along Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare of horse-drawn vehicles, 4 horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. But you don't know that. You don't know that, though. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we knew about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. Thank you. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have it here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch. That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. It's a pocket knife.
With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been unable to stab the poor woman.
Huh?
Even the scragged-looking Saseki-san, I suppose.
A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Yeah, that is a very nondescript knife. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts this blade as evidence. A large but commonplace folding knife. It was found lodged in the victim's back. Okay. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume?
From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems that she's a poor student herself.
Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, we are looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim. I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
I love his awkward little hand raise. If theft and grievance have been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection.
Nah. Ah!
Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery.
Eat glass, common folk! But your words have soured its hollowed bouquet. What? I hate you! It's dumb, it's fruity little point. Rage.
For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here.
What?
Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Grayson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the, constabulary, I don't know, came to arrest the Nepalese student. Yes, sir.
Man.
As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, but there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he had just bought. He was on his way home from the bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. Ah, yes, you can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. You Nepalese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. I'm going to punch you into the sun. Racist. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
Well, Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything as you put it.
What are you doing, Mrs. Sato?
Do go on.
Mr. Natsume is admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in prison yesterday, he did tell us what had happened.
What had all happened?
As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me.
I think after we finish up this specific testimony, I'm gonna call it, because it is dinner time. And I do not want my food to get cold.
A woman wearing a green overcoat she was. And just as I went to overtake her, she was stabbed. She suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs could carry me back to my accursed lodgings. Green overcoat.
That's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time. Just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is no one or nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. In fact, that the accused concedes. Ugh.
It seems that this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please.
Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. A light fog, you say?
Well, light for London, you could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though.
That's light, is it?
Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course.
I've read that London is famous for its fog. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance.
Tisk! How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate.
I see.
At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed. The other day, I was nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling.
Sasato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused.
Hold it!
How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend. Because that is what the witness to this crime have told us. The witnesses to this crime have told us. Yes, Inspector Grayson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard.
That is correct, ma'am.
Then we must hear their testimonies.
The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary.
But wait a minute! At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it should have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen... I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here is the capital city of Great Britain. All main roads are illuminated at the night by gas streetlights. The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime.
Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness.
Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to.
It seems that the counsel for the defense is taking stock.
Continue with your testimony, Inspector.
Hold it!
From behind, you say?
That's right. As you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition, comatose no less. I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She is being treated at Bart's. Like the Simpsons? I was hopeful that she'd come round before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of the events.
Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid.
Ugh.
St. Bartholomew's Hospital. Bart's. Haha, British.
Hold it!
Haha, British chat.
Mr. Natsume's belongings,
I think you'll find it all, it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene.
There isn't that much blood. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Touche, Remy. Touche. Rem Tholomew.
Yes, but the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course.
the accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand.
Rem Tholomew.
Which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example.
I still cannot get over the fact he has a mullet.
He's very clever, isn't he?
What do you mean? You were muted earlier. Did you enjoy the nickname Remaroni? Remaroni. Ayo, your prosecutor looks GNCAF. He really does, but also he's a racist, so it cancels out. No rights for him, specifically.
He's already made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there.
You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back?
That must have been what happened, my lord, yes.
I just want him to stop being racist so I can sip in peace. I would argue that the Japanese people who wrote this anti-Japanese character still wanted you to think he's pretty. Just because he's pretty doesn't mean he's good! Rah!
That must be what happened, my lord, yes.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits the secondhand bookshop on a weekly basis.
Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature.
I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly intention.
The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books.
True. But still, Remy. Playing the devil's advocate, I see. Or in this case, the Reaper's advocate. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector?
Well, if I must. I have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid.
Calabash! Calabash!
The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books.
Calabash is what happens when people are mean to me.
A little place on the corner of Briar Road and...
What?
Mere word mean to me specifically, street.
Now! Calabash, kill name.
Also, as it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end.
Calabashley! God, I need to develop Bashley more. I care Bashley. She's horrible. But I love her.
Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home.
Who's to say he didn't go around? Huh? Huh, punk?
Something like this.
I guess that is actually proven not to be true because did see the dead body. Or not dead body. A live body that had been stabbed.
Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being... Book's location, the bookshop's name, bookshop stock. Actually, we should spin some objects. Let's spin this. Open the switchblade. Yes! Why is it dull? Huh? Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Mr. Sato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Is there anything else of note on the knife? Yeah, exactly. You get it, Remy. You get it. Oh, that closes it. Okay. Cadbury yearnings. Or Canterbury yearnings. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Movement. Remains unconscious. Bourbon books. I'm gonna save again so that we have the knife information. The bookshop's location, the bookshop's name, or the bookshop's stock. I guess the bookshop's location? Because the stock and the name don't really apply to this. The crucial detail of what you just told the court inspector, is the location of the bookshop. I couldn't agree more. So, where is it exactly? Are you winding me up, Sunshine? I just explained that. Got the map out and everything. I used red blooming ink and drew the bloke's route home on for you. And I distinctly remember seeing you nod along, Counsel. Oh, yes. Yes, of course. I must have been so nervous I didn't take it in. The blunder of the day goes to you, my learned friend. Nope, not yet. The trial's only begun after all. Mr. Naruhodo, I would strongly advise you look carefully through the court record at this stage. What am I supposed to look at? Yes, miss, at once, miss. Sorry I made a mistake, miss. Inspector, continue with your testimony, please. They all look at him and go, haha, cringe fail. Everyone point and laugh at the cringe Naruhodo. The stock? Oh. I don't know if you can think, Inspector, that what really makes for a good bookshop is the quality of the books that they stock. Yes, I think I'd agree with that. For example, you go to a shop and buy a serialized set of novels. But when you return home, you find to your horror that the third volume is missing. Doesn't bear thinking about. That sort of thing doesn't really, that's just the sort of thing that really gets my goat. Exactly. That's the point I was trying to make. Well, now that you two have found common ground in that fascinating scenario, perhaps we might continue with the cross-examination. If they're quite finished, my learned Nepalese friend. Yes. Wait. What just happened? What just happened, Mr. Naruhodo? Was it you allowed yourself to be sidetracked? Naruhodo, ADHD moments. I should strongly advise you look carefully through the court record at this stage. Yes, miss. Okay. I go back in time to make him not look as dumb. The name? Inspector Grayson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe. Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes! It could be a very important clue. He has the same sprite as Phoenix. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could that man be any more sardonic?
Hold it!
So the shop is called Bourbon Books, is it? That's right. It's the closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings. And to get there, back to his room. Okay, we already saw this. You would have gone... Oh! Is it gonna be the receipt is not from there? If I could just confirm one point. Can we be sure that the defendant really did visit Bourbon Books on the day in question? Well, we haven't actually confirmed it, no. You haven't confirmed it? Why the devil not, Inspector? Well, the thing is... The shopkeeper's gone on a trip, you see. Left the morning after the incident to collect more stock, I'm told. So we, haven't been able to ask the bloke if the accused visited his shop on the day in question or not. Well, in that case, what did the defendant himself have to say about it? No recollection. What? According to the statement that he made at the time, the accused has no recollection of where he'd been. Of course he doesn't. The bloke clearly has his head in the clouds whenever he's walking about town. He claims he just wanders into whatever bookstore he happens to be passing and rarely notices the name. I should say the man ought to learn to look where he is going at the very least. So, it's just as I thought then. Is something the matter? Inspector, you may continue with your testimony. Okay. Let us check the receipt. Your! Aha!
Objection!
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Grayson.
What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know.
This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books.
And you found that in the accused's room, did you?
Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it.
Go on.
This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books.
Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume?
Yes, my lord. So,
Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a secondhand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Hey, what? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another secondhand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that... Your Honor! This receipt was from a bookshop called Your Mom! Well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But, in fact, that is the bookshop that the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it. Yes, for what difference it makes. Whenever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference to the final analysis.
Objection!
I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, and if that might help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, this most certainly, he most certainly would have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he hadn't passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on whether this other bookshop, where this other bookshop is. But I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Inspector Grayson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously, we looked into that. It turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of, whatever that street is going east. Aha! And there you have it. You can clearly see now. As you can clearly see now. Oh. Cool. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown. The way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. Ha ha! You're not just the clown, you're the entire circus, my good friend. Grrr. You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. Get him, Sasato. Get his ass. I, didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books, there's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Sasato kill! Sasato maim! Sasato flip this man into the void! Yes, thank you, Inspector. Ah! Are you gonna break it? Are you gonna break it? Are you gonna break your glass? Allow me to reiterate for my learned, somewhat slow Nipponese friend. Sasato violence! Ugh! Of course you're gonna do that. Of course you're gonna do that. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Ah! As I suspected, you can't fool me. And I don't suggest you try. What did you say, I've had enough of this now. I beg your pardon, terribly sorry, would you mind repeating that?
Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up.
What? What do you mean?
If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty.
She's absolutely right.
We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully.
The court learns about the ability to walk on a different street. Yeah.
The assertion made just now by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed.
Get his ass! Explain yourself, counsel.
Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places.
Yeah!
If the defendant used this street, or these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked. He's confident! He did confidence slam! Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what's commonly referred to as the long way round. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home?
Well,
The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings, and is the perpetrator of this crime.
Objection!
Aha, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questionings. He claims he has no recollection. That's right, as I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home.
I don't believe this.
Nah. Kill. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around the subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors?
But even if that is the case, the defense still... Oh no.
I agree with Lord Van Zieks, wholeheartedly and in every way.
What? I don't believe it. Does this mean?
We members of the jury are completely convinced now.
You guys, we have to do the thing we did last time where we pit the jurors against each other. Yeah.
To present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! 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 Guilty!
Ow! Bro!
That's kind of cringe. It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. Pick yourself up off the thing, buddy. Oh no, he is dead. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably.
Mr. Naruhodo.
He's taking a little nap, Susato. Don't worry about it. This is actually how British courts work. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Quarry, not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your right again in this trial? Rights of the defense written into the acquitted, equalted British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated. Oh, wait. Maybe I should give him a British accent. He is supposed to have a British accent.
Call it antiquated if you will. But it's the defense's prerogative to carry out the summation examination if it so chooses.
Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Foreman? Of course we're ready. Complete with the fire. That's how all courts should work. I'm all too familiar with that Nepalese whippersnapper and his Onkus refusal to throw in his alley. Very well then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Will you each examine on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty?
Okay,
We will. I don't want to do this right now. We can do this. We can do this later. Okay, we are saving here. We are saving here so I can go eat dinner. Okay, I think I'm done for the day. It's been... How long has it been? 4 hours. 4 hours is good stopping point for a stream. Have good dinner. Thank you. I've never actually been to court. Have been questioned by the cops though. Oh yeah, I feel that, bro. I haven't been to court either that I remember. I might have been, but I don't know. I don't think I was a valid witness, so I don't know. Ah, ow, my spine. Oh. Ugh. Okay. I don't know. I might stream tomorrow. I don't know if I will or not. I'm gonna go have dinner. Have a good night. And wait, it is night for all of you guys. Okay, I can say that. Or afternoon, I guess, in Theo and I's case. And then Remy, please try and get some sleep, bud. I know you have issues sleeping, but get some calming tea. Take care of yourself, bro. Take care of yourself. We care about you, buddy. Okay. Farewell for now. 7:30 can be the afternoon if you try hard enough. If you're not a coward. Yeah, it's not fun. It's not a fun time. Okay, baby. Ow. Okay. I will see you guys later. Goodbye. I care about you.